Halfcock. Batting second, left fielder, number 37, Hunter Tackett. Batting third and catching, number 23, Handsome Monica. Batting cleanup and playing first base is number 25, Sean Feltner. Batting fifth, the shortstop, number 4, Mike Salvatore. Batting sixth, playing third base, number 13, Taylor Lane. Batting second baseman, number 2, Will Luft. Batting eighth is a designated hitter, number 24, Ross Goforth. Batting ninth, the right fielder, number 42, Jaron Pinckney. Your starting pitcher this evening is number 6, Cordelius Dorsey. Starting lineups for Broward College. Batting first, the shortstop, number 8, Edison Cabrera. Batting second, playing center field, number 14, J.C. Milan. Batting third, designated hitter, number 17, Andres Lopez. Batting fourth, the right fielder, number 24, Rayton Ogando. Batting fifth, the first baseman, number 11, DeHendrick Cruz. Batting sixth, playing third base, number 13, Gabriel Garcia. Batting seventh, the catcher, number 4, Jordani Salva. Batting eighth, playing second base, number 20, Kyle Vesneski. Batting ninth, playing left field, number 7, Orly Ariano. And the starting pitcher, number 30, Stephen Chambly. Umpires behind home plate will have DJ Brainer. Down the first base line will be Mark Morgan. And down the third base line, Chris Tipton.
Well, we are live at Henley Field, and we had a little bit less between games than we thought. I apologize. We are here live with you. Scott Jamieson and Kyle Wilson. First pitch, ground out. Nice defensive play by the Seahawks. Broward College starting pitcher is Stephen Chambly. There's a single out to right field, so Northwest Florida with a base runner on and one out. That was Tackett. Tackett, one of the best hitters in the state. Second in the state, in fact, in batting average at .441. He singles, and now Handsome Monica will bat with a runner at first. Oh, Handsome Monica at the plate with a runner on. Monica, big power hitter, 13 home runs, 48 RBI. Second in the state in home runs at 13. Behind Spencer Levine of Seminole State College. Seminole State College had the state leader in home runs and batting average. Did not make the tournament, finished fourth in the Mid-Florida Conference. Just beat the throwback. This is an elimination game at the 2016 FCSAA tournament. The loser will see their tournament come to an end. The winner will advance on to tomorrow, where they will face off against St. John's River State College in another elimination game. Every game from here on out for either one of these teams is elimination situation. So they've got to win the rest of their games if they want to win the state championship and advance on to Grand Junction, Colorado for the JUCO World Series. Northwest Florida won the state championship last year. There's the throw. Did not get a very good jump, and he is out. Thrown out at second, trying to steal the hit and run was on, or at least he was trying to protect his runner with that swing. And it did not work. A strike, an absolute strike thrown by Salva, the catcher, to get him and put the second out on the board and 2 strikes. Tackett caught stealing, and then Monica strikes out to end the inning. So the Raiders go quietly. The Seahawks will come to bat. Top of the order, Cabrera, Milan, and Lopez when we return right here on the FCSAA Sports YouTube channel. Back at Henley Field, Scott Jamieson with you for this elimination game at the FCSAA tournament. Game number 7 of a possible 19. The defending national champions taking on Broward College, Northwest Florida State College. Has Cordarius Dorsey pitching, a 5.43 ERA, 37 strikeouts and 59 2/3 innings. Doesn't throw real hard. Mixes his pitches up, tries to hit his spots, tries to hit the corners. 5-1 record. Started 10 games, actually the most starts for Northwest Florida. Not the best pitching year for Northwest Florida. 4.52 team ERA. First pitch on the corner, on the higher end, but in there for a strike. To the leadoff hitter, number 8, Edison Cabrera. In yesterday's game, Cabrera was 1 for 4 against Gulf Coast. The Seahawks dropped that game 5-3 to the Commodores. Commodores play tomorrow. Against Polk State College. Polk defeated St. John's River today in extra innings, 4-3. Exciting game. St. John's scored in the top of the 9th. Polk tied it up in the bottom of the 9th, then won at the bottom of the 10th on a wild pitch, of all things. Right back up the middle. Dorsey tried to kick it, but it went through his legs, and Cabrera leads off the home half of the first with a single. And that will bring up the center fielder, number 14, J.C. Milan, sophomore out of Miami.
Next batter for the Seahawks is number 14, center fielder, J.C. Milan.
Milan has a little cheering section out there. Cabrera takes off. And the pitcher, Dorsey, almost just took one off the face, and my, oh my, that was dangerous. It went between his face and his arm.
Good.
That was,
night.
that was scary, Kyle. Welcome to the broadcast, Kyle Wilson.
Still over here filling out my
well, we got a very
scorecard.
short break there between games. We had to go try to eat. Otherwise, the food was going to be gone, and we wouldn't have wanted that to happen. We'd have been eating combos the whole time. Combos and Cape Cod chips, not to give plugs out or anything, but that is what we would probably be eating.
You know, that play reminds me of, again, a Gator play not too long ago. I think it was 2011 or 12 when Brian Johnson, Gator pitcher, was hit by Mike Zanino throwing down to second.
There's actually a couple times that happened to Gator players. And actually, I think one of them was on a line drive back up the middle on one. But, yeah, you're right. That's right. Brian Johnson did take one off the face.
Because it was nearing the end of play, and I know he didn't come back until the end of, or in the middle of postseason play. And that's when they ended up getting beat in regionals in Gainesville.
Still a first-round pick of the Boston Red Sox.
He was.
Despite that. Because that can be a scary injury, and that can cause teams to maybe, worry about the mental aspect of the game. Cabrera went on the first pitch. He went on first movement of the pitcher, got a really good jump. The catcher rushed it. Dorsey didn't get out of the way, and thankfully did not take that one off the face. That was close, though. It's in there for a strike. 3-1. Dorsey trying to fight back. takes a walk, and no, he should have taken that pitch. Last game I said there's no way he's going to, it was about 8 straight balls by the opposing pitcher. I said no way he's going to swing at this, and he takes a massive rip. So I was right again. Well, you know. So Milan walks, and now 2 runners on for the number 3 hitter, designated hitter, Andres Lopez, sophomore out of Puerto Rico. Chance to get the Seahawks on the board first. Well, Dorsey is having a little bit of trouble finding the strike zone. He just walked a batter, and now he's 2-0. Now 3-0. He is flustered. He has not even turned around to catch the ball from the catcher. The catcher waiting to throw it out to him. He's looking over towards the dugout now. Well, it's not inexperience. Dorsey is a sophomore out of Decatur, Georgia. And he
leads the Raiders in innings this year.
And he's got the most starts and innings. Another walk, back-to-back walks. Bases loaded, nobody out, and Ogando steps to the plate. Dorsey struggling with command right now, and they will get some action going in the bullpen. The coach will walk out to have a discussion. Slowly, Broward College with a golden opportunity here early to break it open. We'll step away for a moment, and we'll be back right after this. Oh, back at Henley Field, Dorsey has walked back-to-back batters after allowing a hit to the leadoff man Cabrera, and now in a difficult jam, bases loaded, nobody out. Pitch way out of the zone, ball 1. He's not following through. He's trying to aim the ball. And in an elimination game situation, Coach Doug Martin cannot afford to wait too long. And they got another player out to the bullpen. That pitch, on the corner. That's a gift for a pitcher who hasn't been able to find the strike zone. Usually the umpires are not so giving with a pitch off the plate like that when you can't throw a strike. Dorsey looking to get his groove back. Ogando fouls it back. Now a 2-2 count. A strikeout here would be huge for Dorsey, both for his team and mentally, as he has yet to record an out. He could really use something positive to help him move forward in this inning. Breaking ball, nasty pitch, strikes out Ogando. Well, there's a strikeout he needed. Now Kroos will come to the plate, the first baseman. Desendrick Kroos. Desendrick Kroos out of Aruba. Big rip at the high fastball. fouled back. Well, like I said, that strikeout can lend itself to some confidence. And that's what Dorsey needs. Dorsey looks in for the signal, shakes a couple off. He's not ready. Catcher looks over. Pitch is being called in from the bullpen, or excuse me, from the dugout for Northwest Florida. Appreciate you tuning in and watching. Make sure that you subscribe to the YouTube channel. You can also find out more information. That one hit out to right. Try to tag. Comes a strong throw, but not able to get him. That was a pretty good throw from right field, though. Cabrera slides in head first for a run. Well, if you're Dorsey, the way this inning started, you can almost live with that one run. If that's all they end up getting, it was bases loaded, nobody out. If I'm him, all right. I'm all right with one run being scored. But he's got to get this next batter.
Next batter for Broward College is the third baseman, number 13, Gabriel Garcia.
Gabriel Garcia now batting. And if you liked that camera angle, thank Sarah Shira. She's doing a great job on the camera. She's going to leave us for the fourth game. Taylor will be here. That one hit deep to left. And playable at the fence. Just missed a home run. The wind blowing slightly in. He just misses it. And just one run home for the Seahawks. So Dorsey, after loading the bases with nobody out, is able to get out of the jam, just allowing one on a sacrifice fly by Dejendrick Crows. So we will head to the top of the second. Cleanup hitter Fettner due up, followed by Mike Salvatore. And number 13, Taylor Lane. We'll be back with more of the FCSAA tournament live from Henley Field. You're watching on the FCSAA Sports YouTube channel. First pitch flown out towards right in foul territory. One taken by Ogando for the first out. Fettner
Brings up the shortstop, number 4, Mike Salvatore.
that'll bring up the shortstop number 4, Mike Salvatore. Tyler's talking about me. Gossiping over here. Well, I guess that's what happens when you're around somebody for 15 hours one day and another 15 hours the next day. You start to surprised we're able to be this close to each other right now after that. By like Thursday, we're going to have a brick wall built between us probably. No, luckily we get along very, very well. Otherwise, this would not work. Ground ball to second. Nice play. Nice spin. Got his feet underneath him. Got his balance. Made a good throw. We've seen a lot of really nice defensive plays out here. You know, the highlights tend to be offensive a lot of times because you're looking at the score and you see the 11-1 games and the 10-2 games and all that kind of stuff. But sometimes lost in the shuffle is the defensive ability of these players. Steven Smith for Santa Fe made a big league play yesterday, diving and stopping one on the third base line and throwing a runner out from his knees. Nick Owens for St. John's River made some great plays at shortstop. We've had some diving plays by Hansen from St. Pete in the outfield and center field. Just really some nice defensive plays all around from all of these teams. First pitch strike, second pitch breaking ball for a strike. Broward College ahead of the defending national champions, the Northwest Florida Raiders, 1-0. Northwest Florida, formerly Okaloosa Walton. If you have been following JUCO sports for a while, that's what you will recognize. Outside from Chambly. Chambly a 2.63 ERA coming in, 5-3 record. 3.58 team ERA for Broward coming into this season. Breaking pitch, swing, and a miss. A strikeout for Chambly, and that's the inning. So Lane goes down swinging. The Raiders go in order once again, and we're headed to the bottom of the second. Due up for the Broward College Eagles, Salva, Vesneski, and Arellano. We'll be right back. Danny Salva to start things off for the Seahawks. They lead 1-0 over Northwest Florida. First pitch from Dorsey for a strike. Dorsey struggled with control in the first inning. Walked a couple batters, gave up a hit, but then was able to allow just one run, getting out of the inning, allowing just a sacrifice fly. And that was where he had some trouble. If you saw that pitch right there, he wasn't following through, and he was letting his arm slot kind of drag, and the ball was staying up and out of the zone. That was a good pitch. Stayed on that one. Good bite to that pitch, now 1-2. Danny Salva in the game yesterday was 0 for 4. He's trying to get his first hit here at the tournament. Held off right over by Tom Haggerty, the photographer. He throws his hands up, says he's all right. Speaking of Tom, that's a great segue. Tom's taken some excellent photos. You can find him at the FCSAA Facebook page, Twitter page. He has all sorts of photos up there. Swing and a miss. He'll have to tag him or throw to first. He tags him for the out. And a strikeout for Dorsey. So go to the FCSAsports.com. There's links to the YouTube page there. There's also links to the Facebook and Twitter page. And if you want to see those photos, Facebook's probably the easiest, but there is a link to the photos from Twitter. It's just going to take you to Facebook. But it is an open page, so even if you don't have Facebook, you can still go look at the pictures. First pitch strike from Dorsey. Seems to be finding his groove here, finding his arm slot, following through a little bit better. Pitch down, ball one. 1-1, 1 out, nobody on. Northwest Florida trails 1-0 to Broward. Wisniewski is batting. Kyle Wisniewski, a redshirt sophomore. Wisniewski came in the 9th and singled. Pinch hit single for Broward. The game ended just one batter later, but he did come in and do his job getting on base. Hard hit to shortstop. Throw across, gets him by a step. 2 down. Orly Ariano now batting, and the rain has started here in Lakeland. It was supposed to be around 5:15, and it's 4:40, so pretty close. And it's starting to come down fairly heavy. Which means we may lose that center field camera, just to warn you. Not because it's caught on fire or short-circuited, but because Tyler's going to run out there and take it down. That one hit out to right field, playable for the right fielder. He hauls it in, and Pinckney puts away the 3rd out. So a quick inning, a much more clean inning for Dorsey. And the rain is coming down very steady. Tyler's going to run out there and probably have to take that center field camera down. So we're going to go ahead and switch to this camera here, and we'll probably be on a 1-camera shoot now for the rest of this game at least. We'll see how it goes for the next game, but we'll be back. Broward leads 1-0 over Northwest Florida. Back at Hindley Field in Lakeland, game number 7. That one into the hole at short. Long throw, safe at first. Just beat it out. Just barely beat it out, an infield single. For Luft. The second hit for Northwest Florida. Ross Goforth will now bat. Well, Tyler MacGyver is going to try to waterproof the camera out there. I feel like we need to zoom in on him and play the MacGyver theme song while he tries to waterproof this thing with duct tape and bags, plastic bags. We're not ESPN, folks, but we try. That one hit out towards right. Soft liner caught for the out. So now it's up to Sarah Shira on this one camera until Tyler gets it going. She's done a good job, so keep it right here. We'll try to keep that center field, that good angle of the pitch. Try to keep that for you if we can get it waterproofed up. Now stepping up to the plate is number 42, Jaron Pinkney. That one laced out into left center, cut off by the center fielder. The runner will have to hold at second. So Luft pulls into second, Pinkney with a single. Runners at first and second. Second hit of the inning for the Raiders. That'll take it back to the top of the order. Mac Hathcock will bat. Hathcock is a .296 hitter. 24 RBI this year. He's got an opportunity to knock in another one yesterday against St. John's River. Hathcock hit a home run in the 6th. The only run of the game for Northwest Florida. He was 1 for 3, hit into a double play, also grounded out and hit a bomb. That one goes to the opposite field. That one's going to stay fair, I believe. No, just got foul. From this angle, it looked like it was going to stay fair. My depth perception was off there. So runners at first and second. 0-1 count, 1 out. Luft at second base, Pinkney at first. Mac Hathcock, the leadoff hitter, batting, top of the 3rd. One right down the middle for a strike, 2. Oh, 2 pitch coming. Good eye to lay off that. That thing looked good until it bit down at the last minute. 1-2, 1 out. Chambly has pitched very good through these first 3. He's given up just a couple singles here, a single earlier in the game. That one hurt. It's down to a knee. Hathcock is in some pain. And he might have taken it off his left knee. I mean, he's not able to put too much pressure on it. Trying to help him up, but he won't stand up. He wants to stand up on his own, I guess. Well, it looks to be okay. He's got his feet back underneath him. Trainer is out there making sure he's okay. I believe that was just a foul ball, not to minimize the injury, but a foul ball that came up and got him. Gonna try to run and see. Once he gets his adrenaline going, he'll be all right. Well, he's a key component to this team. They can not afford to lose him. He's going to try to stay in the game, it looks like. Try to tough it out. Third base coach will go back over. The trainer will run off the field. And Hathcock will step back in with probably a knot on his knee. Runners at first and second. Luft at second, Pinckney at first. One out. Behind in the count, 1-2. Here comes the 1-2 pitch from Chambly. Fouled off. A couple good swings, and he'll forget he even got hit. Broward 1, Northwest Florida nothing. Well, Kyle, should Northwest Florida lose this one, we would be guaranteed a different state champion, which has happened. There's not been a repeat champion since 07-08. And it's been since 2009 when Santa Fe College won. It's been a different team every year since then. There's not been a team that's won it twice since 2009. The winners look something like this. 2008, Chipola won. 2009, Santa Fe. 10, State College of Florida, Chipola in 2011. Polk, Palm Beach, Miami-Dade. That one out to right. Base hit. Going to send the runner. Throw comes in off the line, and the game is tied 1-1. Luft comes in to score on a base knock by Hathcock, who fought through the injury to his knee to not get a run. Pinckney stays at second. We've got a tie ball game. Hunter Tackett
left fielder, number 37.
Stepping to the plate.
Hunter Tackett.
First pitch to Tackett. Breaking ball. Hit up the middle. He waited back on it. They're going to send him. Throw off the line again. And Pinckney scores 2-1. Northwest Florida. Well, they've been aggressive sending runners. And it has paid off so far with 2 runs coming home this inning. The third base coach not believing that Broward's going to throw his guys out. So far, he's been right. Handsome Monica now batting, the number 3 hitter. Back-to-back RBI singles for Northwest has them on top 2-1. Still just 1 out, 2 on. And the Northwest Florida dugout comes alive. They now have 5 hits, out hitting Broward 5-1. Breaking pitch in for a strike from Chambly. Handsome Monica, second in the state in home runs with 13 this year. Outside pitch pulled, high hop. Monica thrown out, he moves the runners up. So now a base hit could score 2. Sean Feltner
brings up the first baseman, number 25, Sean Feltner.
Flew out to right his first time up. Monica now 0 for 2. Feltner in there with a chance to knock in a couple runs. Breaking pitch for a strike. Tackett jumped on that first pitch breaking ball and hit it up the middle. Feltner just wasn't right for him. 0-1 pitch. That one he takes a hack at and swings over top of it. So back-to-back breaking balls from Chambly. Ball one. There are 2 outs, 2 strikes. Runners at second and third. At second is Tackett, third Hathcock. Breaking ball hit out to center. Not going to get to it. It's going to roll all the way to the fence. 2 runs home. Stand-up double for Sean Feltner. 2 out hitting. So clutch. You got to be able to do it in the tournament, especially when your tournament life is on the line.
Another one of those big innings that we talked about last game.
Yep, you got to try to get one. And you've got to try to score some of those runs with 2 outs. You're not going to get them all early in the inning. Big 2-out hit for Sean Feltner. This is Mike Salvatore. He grounded out to second back in the second inning. Fouled back up into the screen. The netting back behind. It's kind of angled out into the field. It's there to stop balls from getting into the parking lot. Stops them about 90%, 95% of the time. 325 down the left field line, 330 down the right field line, 405 to center. Popped up. Catcher makes the play. Salva makes it look easy. But the damage was done by Northwest Florida. They put 4 on the board on 4 hits. Through 2.5 innings, it's 4-1 Northwest Florida. We'll be back with the bottom half of the third. You're watching the FCSAA Sports YouTube channel. One count to the leadoff man, Cabrera. He singled, stole a base, and scored in the first inning. The Seahawks now trail 4-1 after that big inning by the Raiders in the top of the third. Dorsey now working with the lead. Outside corner, strike 2. Dorsey is pitching with a new confidence since that first inning. Swing and a miss. Dorsey strikes out Cabrera. And J.C. Milan will step in. He walked and reached third base before being stranded.
Brings up the center fielder, number 14, J.C. Milan.
Milan takes strike one. Milan homered yesterday. Singled in the first, homered in the third, and then flew out twice to deep center and left. Base knock up the middle for Milan. Didn't get much of it, but the shortstop was shaded towards third for him to pull, and he got enough of it to hit it up the middle for a base hit. Well, you don't always have to hit it hard, Kyle. You just got to hit it to the right place.
Not at all. That's going to bring up Andres Lopez, the designated hitter for the Seahawks. Lopez batting .326 on the year.
Brings up the designated hitter, number 17, Andres Lopez.
And Lopez was one of those walks in the first inning when Dorsey was struggling with his command, but Coach Doug Martin stuck with them. And has paid off. Breaking pitch knocked foul into the netting and then into the dugout and caught by a Broward College player. That pitch hit out to center. That's going to get down for another hit. Milan thought about third, stopped, and will go back into second. Lopez and Milan back-to-back singles has Broward College back in business.
Probably a good choice by Milan. That ball was hit hard enough out there to center field. Hathcock got on it pretty quickly. Would have had a play at third.
Yeah, I think he probably would have been thrown out. I think you're right. He took a big turn just in case, you've got to, if it gets bobbled, you're going to go into third. So you've got to take that big turn and you got to go hard just in case you don't know. It could get by him and you score. It could hit his glove and kick off to the right and you get to third base or something. So you've got to be aggressive, but not overly aggressive. You're right. He probably would have been toast at third base. That's going to bring up the cleanup hitter, Ogando. Struck out swinging back in the first.
Ogando's hitting .272 on the season.
Foul ball that gets out of play. That one just kept drifting and drifting and drifting and finally got out of play. It looked like it might stay in foul territory.
The Raiders thought that was going to come into their dugout or land in their dugout.
Were they all diving for cover over there?
They were keeping a close eye on it.
Well, it gets into the netting and is now 0-1, one out. Golden opportunity with two on and your cleanup hitter up. Gondo lays it off, but it's called a strike.
Ogando's got some power. He's got 4 home runs on the season.
Couldn't tell from here. It looked low, but obviously I can't really see where it ends up unless I'm looking over at the computer. Off the plate outside, 1-2. So Ogando lays off that offering. One just floated to the outside.
Seahawks on base, Milan at second, and Lopez at first. Clouds starting to roll in here at Henley Field.
It's rained off and on a couple times. Actually, it's kind of poured for like 5-minute spans twice, and that's it. But they are expecting more rain. Base knock to left field. Going to send the runner. Here comes the throw. It will be cut off. And the run will score, 4-2. RBI single by Ogando. That's Ogando's first hit of the tournament. He was 0 for 3 with a walk and a run scored yesterday. Ogando now on the season has 28 RBI. Milan comes in to score. Lopez is now at second, and Ogando at first.
Batters the first baseman, number 11, DeHendrick Crows.
DeHendrick Crows now batting. Sack fly back in the first. A 1 pitch coming from Dorsey. Outside. Well, the Northwest Florida dugout wanted that one, but it was about 1.5 foot outside. From their vantage point, it obviously didn't look as far outside as what it actually was. Ball hit well, but foul.
Hit that one a long way.
Yes, he did. As they say, if he can straighten it out.
Grows a 5'11" freshman from Aruba.
Breaking pitch hit to first. Throw to second to get the out. Then back. The ball gets away. Crows will be on second. The run will score. They did get the force at second on Ogando. No error except that the throw got away. So there wasn't an error initially, but there is an error that allowed the run to score on the throw. So it's just a fielder's choice. Fielder's choice and then an error. Fielder's choice E6 from the official score. Wanted to make sure on that one. I was pretty sure, but
Tell you, the footwork by Feltner over there at first base was not the best. He did not get back to the bag immediately as he threw that. Again, with the poor throw and then the poor footwork over there at first.
That's
like
a tough
you
one.
said,
You got to
lots of room over there past first base in foul territory.
You got to do a lot of different things in a very short period of time, and they weren't able to pull that off. That's why you practice those plays all the time. And even though they've probably practiced it 1,000 times, it's still difficult to pull off in the game. So 4-3 now the score. Crows on second. 2 outs, 0-1. Ball hit out to right. Hit pretty well. No, that is down off the fence. A run will score. The ball game's tied. A runner will come into third. A triple for number 13, Gabriel Garcia. And that ball just kept tailing with that wind away from the right fielder.
Pinckney could not get over to it. He laid out.
He made a heck of an effort. And if you look at the flagpole, the wind is blowing from left to right. And he tried everything in his power to get to that ball. He dove. He's got nothing to be upset about there. I'm sure he wishes he would have caught it. He is okay, which is good as well.
Next batter for the Seahawks is the catcher, number 4.
So a triple for Garcia. And the score is tied. What a game. Still in the third inning.
And Broward has responded to the big inning by the Raiders.
There's a base knock, and they've got the lead. So not only did they respond, they retook the lead. And that is now 5 straight hits.
Well, there was a fielder's choice.
Brings up the second base.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
20, Kyle Vesneski.
5 hits this inning, though, for the Seahawks.
5 hits this inning. There you go. Okay.
Bringing to the plate, Kyle Vesneski. Vesneski grounded to short in his first at-bat.
I put the triple. I gave Crows the triple instead of the fielder's choice error. And I was shorting Garcia that triple. 0-2 now, swing and a miss.
There's been a lot going on this inning.
Yeah,
Tough to keep up with the scorecards.
It's a busy inning. After a 4 spot by Northwest Florida, Broward puts up 4 and now leads 5-4. Both teams with 6 hits. Northwest Florida with a costly error.
I hear the first ambulance of the day.
Yeah, there's one.
First one that I've heard, Tyler.
1 and 2, 2 outs. We are right next to a hospital, so I've heard quite a few. It's behind us, right? Is that right, Tyler?
Tyler's not paying attention to you.
I know, he's just, too busy laughing. Short route to second base for the out. But Broward gets 4 runs on 5 hits, and they have retaken the lead 5-4 over Northwest Florida State College. We're going to the top of the 4th. Due up for the Raiders. Lane left and go forth. We'll be back right after this. Taylor Lane leading things off for Northwest Florida State College. Well, 2 4-run innings. That third was busy.
Quite entertaining.
A combined 10 hits.
There's a
knocked it down and then gets it to first in a nice stretch by Chambly.
And that's why the pitcher needs to cover first.
And he ran over there quickly, made the play, and made it look nice, too, with the stretch. 3-1 on the putout.
Again, that took a nasty hop over there for Crows at first. But as you said before, he was able to keep that in front of him and still get over to, is it Chambly?
Yes, Chambly, yep. And because it was
covering first.
You're right, because it was at first, that's your first job. Keep it in front. You have time. You're 20 feet from the bag right there on the throw. And it was hit pretty hard. That one flied out to right. The right fielder is going to try to make a play. No, but good hustle.
Had a lot of ground to cover over there.
He was flying, almost got to it. Good hustle by Ogondo.
I mean, he started in right center over there by the scoreboard.
He's shaded. The whole outfield is shaded for a pull for Luft, who singled back in the third and scored. And he's got a long way to go back over there towards the scoreboard. Now he's going to stop a little bit short of that now, not shade so much. Second pitch on the inside corner, strike 2. 0-2, 1 out. We appreciate you tuning in to this broadcast on YouTube. Luft hits one out to right, perfectly played, so his readjustment of sliding a little bit closer towards that right field line pays off, because if he's playing over towards right center, that thing might have tailed away from him and got to the fence.
No way he gets to that if he's playing back on the other side of that school board.
So good decision by whoever made that, either him or the coach, to stay a little bit further. And obviously that first hit maybe changed their mind a little bit to their positioning. And now the designated hitter, number 24, Ross Goforth, will bat. Goforth to third base. Nice stop. Turn and throw, and gets the out. Well, Goforth does not fly down the line. He had a little bit of time. He made the play. A 5-3 put out. Nice play by the third baseman to cut that off. If he lets that go to the shortstop, there's no way they get the out, because Goforth is going towards first, so he's able to get his momentum going and make a good throw. 3 up, 3 down for the Raiders. We'll go into the bottom half of the fourth. Ariano, Cabrera, and Milan due up for the Seahawks. They scored 4 in the last inning. We'll see what they can do in the bottom half of the fourth. We'll be back with more from this elimination game at the 2016 FCSAA tournament. Ariano. Leading things off, the number 9 hitter for Broward College. He flew out to right field, his first at bat in the second inning. He hits that one off the end of the bat out to left. Left fielder hustles on. Hat comes off. That long hair of Tackett flowing in that breeze out there. Jacob deGrom-like locks. Sort of brown on top and then blonde down at the bottom. Looks like he's, that could be a new style. Edison Cabrera. What do you think about the long hair, Sarah? Seems like it's coming back, especially with baseball players. Syndergaard, DeGrom, a lot of pitchers, a lot of outfielders that are kind of growing the hair out. Think that's a good look?
It's too hot for
depends
Florida.
on the person, right? Yeah, it is hot, though. That's true. Yeah, I didn't think about that. I was just thinking about the style.
That might tell you a little something about me.
You keep it closely cropped. Well, it's hard to be out in the woods with that long hair, too. Scare the deer off when you're out there. That long hair, they'll see it from a mile away, especially if it's bleach blonde. 1-2. Dorsey. That one hit hard. Nice stop by the second baseman. Up, throw. Nice play. Ate that one up for the second out. And now Milan will bat with 2 outs and nobody on.
Brings up the center fielder, number 14, J.C. Milan.
J.C. Milan singled and scored back in the third. That pitch up for ball 1. Henley Field, home of Florida Southern College. 9-time national champions. Milan to third. Double pump throw, half a step gets him for the third out.
Monica's hurt down there behind the plate.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Monica is down. I'm not sure what happened.
I don't know if he took the bat thrown back at him or something as he scrambled down the line, but
Yeah, I'm not sure
he
either.
took a shot of some kind.
Well, no one came running out to him, so it was maybe just a deflection of some sort, so hopefully he's all right. Well, 1-2-3 inning for Dorsey. Does it for the Seahawks in the fourth. We're going to the top of the fifth. 5-4 Broward, Northwest Florida. Pinckney, Hathcock, and Tackett due to bat. We'll be back right after this. You're watching the 2016 FCSAA tournament. We're live from Henley Field.
Leading off for the Rangers is the right fielder, number 42.
Not sure what that was about. Darren Pinckney will bat. He singled and scored in the third, part of that big 4-run inning. No, yes, for Northwest Florida. I thought I was looking at the wrong.
Well, they both had 4-run third.
Yeah,
so
that's what threw me off.
Well, and they also both start in the same slot in this inning.
They're really just trying to mess us up, aren't they?
Yep, 9-hole batter led off both the top and the bottom half of this inning.
Lays off the 0-2 offering in the dirt. Chambly. Well, besides that third inning, it's been good, but that's what the big inning will do to you. Chambly now the 1-2 count. One hit to third, cut off. Throw across for the out. Garcia with the strong throw to get Pinckney. And now that'll take us to the top of the order. Mac Hathcock. He fouled one off his knee, took a while to get back into it, and then singled a run home and then later scored in the third.
As we start to get a little drizzle coming in.
And it is blowing in towards us too. We're under cover, but if that wind blows straight in, we could have problems. Outside corner,
not a whole lot
one.
You can do when it's a 15-20 mile an hour wind blowing straight in.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out how to cover up all this electronic equipment.
Tyler's already working on that over here.
Up high, ball one. 1-1, one out, nobody on. Northwest Florida trailing by 1 to Broward. Elimination game at the FCSAA tournament. Loser will go home. The winner will advance to stay alive. But they'll have to win on out if they want to win it all. One hit out to right. Hathcock got a hold of it. Out of here. Home run. Mac Hathcock, his second of the tournament. He hit one yesterday. He hits one today. Hathcock squares one up. And the leadoff hitter has tied the game at 5. Well, he hit that one, and he knew it. Not sure anybody else did, but he knew it. He felt it. And that one is out. Hunter Tackett will now bat. He's 2 for 2. Inside corner, strike one to Tackett.
With the sunshine look from Remember the Titans.
Yes. And the back pocket untucked. I've seen a lot of players do that, actually. Pitch down and out, 2-1. Tackett ahead in the count. And a mound visit.
Salver runs out to chat with Chambly.
As the rain continues to fall, not hard, but just kind of drizzling. Got one more game left tonight, Central Florida and Eastern Florida State College. Also an elimination game.
Let's hope that starts somewhere nearing on time.
Well, last night we were behind by about an hour on that last game. This one, well, it just all depends on what happens. Breaking pitch 2-2.
And that's not a good sound.
No, I did hear some thunder there, and the wind is starting to pick up. The birds are scattering. Popped up. Salva back, but it is out of play. Tackett back in there, 2-2. Down in the dirt, full count. Full count pitch to Tackett upcoming. Breaking pitch just off the end of the bat, and it rolls foul. If you're trying to find a bracket or upcoming game schedule or more about the FCSA, go to thefcsasports.com. You can also find them on Facebook and Twitter, along with this YouTube channel that you're watching. Make sure you subscribe. Oh, and smashed up the middle by Tackett. Center fielder cuts it off. With that grass starting to get slick, the ball will skid, and it won't bounce as much. So you really, as an outfielder, have to get your body in front of the ball because it will just hit and skip past you instead of getting that nice bounce up to you like it will do when the grass is dry.
Brings up the catcher, number 23, Handsome Monica.
Now Handsome Monica will bat. Tackett now 3 for 3. And they're going to call in a relief pitcher. So we've got a pitching change up coming. That'll do it for Chambly. We'll be back after this break with a new pitcher and Handsome Monica at bat.
5, Sean Feltner.
Back here at Henley Field. Apologize if there was no sound. We're having some technical difficulties there, but we've got it back up and running. Got the sound back. Scott Jamieson and Kyle Wilson.
Gotta love that that's archived too, Scott.
Yep, that's all right. It happens. 1-1.
Hit him.
Hit batter, and Feltner, who was up when Tackett was caught stealing, was actually picked off.
Brings up number 4, the shortstop, Mike Salvatore.
Will reach on a hit by pitch. My sons Scotty and Ryan are watching. Hello, boys. Thank you for tuning in, as well as my wife Kelly. Thank you for watching. Runner at first. Feltner was hit by a pitch, and now Salvatore, the shortstop, 0 for 2 will bat. Comes the pitch, way outside. An offering from Katina. An off-speed pitch, breaking pitch in there for a strike. Now 1-1.
Salvatore 0 for 2 on the day. Grounded to second in the second inning. And in the third, popped out foul to Salva behind the plate.
That one's looped out to the outfield. Good base running by Feltner. He was more than halfway because he saw that one was probably going to land in. Didn't get caught getting forced out at second base. A little bloop single for Salvatore, and 2 runners on now. And the Raiders have something going, trying to break a 5-5 tie in the top of the 6th. That'll bring Taylor Lane to the plate.
Lane batting .340 on the season. 65 hits and 4 home runs for the Raiders' third baseman.
Lane steps in with 2 on, nobody out. Broward College crowd making some noise.
Two on, no outs for the Raiders. Feltner at second, Salvatore at first.
Ready for the pitch. Lane's ready. Katina. Lane's actually the catcher called time. Oh, this is a long time coming for this first pitch to Lane. Bunt laid down by Lane. They're going to have a play at third. They get the out. That throw almost got away from him. You could see he kind of short-armed it and was just glad it got there. So the sacrifice punt not working. The pitcher, since he's left-handed, his momentum is going to bring him off to that side of the mound. So that bunt,
brings up the second baseman.
He ran right into it. And was able to make the play at third.
So Feltner out at third and Salvatore now moving over to second.
Swing and a miss on a high fastball, 0-1.
Big cut by Luft.
Luft hits one right back up the middle. Going to have to probably hold the runner. He did not get a good jump off second base, and the center fielder was playing pretty shallow. He got to that ball quickly. Milan out there, J.C. Milan in center field. And now the base is loaded with one out.
Brings up the designated hitter, number 24, Ross.
Ross Goforth will bat. He's 0 for 2. But has a chance here to give his team the lead. Defending national champions trying to stay alive at the FCSAA baseball tournament. We're going to get a visit from the pitching coach. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Back at Henley Field in Lakeland, Florida, the 2016 FCSAA baseball tournament. Scott Jamieson along with Kyle Wilson, Tyler Allen on the controls, and Sarah Shira on the camera. First pitch strike from Katina to Ross Goforth. Designated hitter has the bases loaded and a chance to give Northwest Florida the lead in the top of the sixth. Inside corner, strike two. Tina would love a strikeout or a double play. The infield, the middle infielders playing for that double play. Wind blowing from left field to right. 0-2 pitch from the stretch. Fought it off to right field into the bullpen. Another 0-2 pitch coming from Katina to Goforth. Bases full of Raiders. And he went around. Strike three. Goforth offered. And a strikeout for Katina. The Broward College fans knew it. And he'll go down on strikes. That was a big out with that runner on third. You did not want something into the outfield. A sac fly could have brought home the leading run. And now it's up to Jaron Pinckney, the number 9 hitter in the lineup, to try to give the Raiders the lead.
That's the 4th strikeout for Broward pitchers today.
That one hits him and will bring in the leading run on a hit by pitch, a breaking ball that started off in the middle of the plate and then hit him. So Pinckney, he was perfectly fine wearing that one. And Mike Salvatore will score to give Northwest Florida the lead. And that's the worst part of it. The second worst part of it is Mac Hathcock's now at bat. Hathcock homered in his last at bat, singled back in the third. Hathcock steps in with 2 outs. The bases remain loaded. 6-5 now the score in this back and forth game. Hathcock takes down low. Good stop. Back there by Salva. He has got to stop everything right now. Anything that gets by him with any sort of speed is going to get all the way to the backstop, and the runner will walk in. Pitch right there for a strike. 1-1 to Hathcock. Looked like Hathcock was injured back in the third inning. Fouled a ball off his knee, but was able to stay in after a few minutes of stretching it out. Breaking pitch, strike 2. Coutina already given up 1 on a hit by pitch, trying to work around, trying to work around this bases loaded jam.
Taylor Lane at third, Will Luft at second, and Jaron Pinckney over at first base for the Raiders.
1-2 pitch. Ready from Coutina. Strike 3. Outside corner. Catches Hathcock looking. We're going to the bottom of the 6th. Garcia, Salva, and Wisniewski due up for the Seahawks. And we'll be back after this. The Raiders have taken the lead 6-5 over Broward in its elimination game at the FCSAA baseball tournament. Gabriel Garcia to lead things off for Broward College. They trail by 1 now to Northwest Florida State College Raiders. First pitch outside. Dorsey still in there. That one hit the third, booted by the third baseman, E5. Garcia reaches.
Brings up the catcher, number 4, Jordani Salva.
Jordani Salva will now bat with the runner at first. Nobody out. Well, Dorsey did what he wanted to do. He got a ground ball. It was sharply hit. but a play that is normally made over there by Lane. Salvo with a big cut, fouls it back. Oh, 1 pitch from Dorsey. Runner goes. Fouled off by Salva. Had a pretty good jump. Protecting his runner, but might have been able to steal that one. Broward College, #1 seed from the Southern Conference. Northwest Florida, a wild card team. They had to defeat State College of Florida to get here. Fly ball out to right. Pinckney underneath it for the catch. Runner goes back to first. And Wisniewski will come to bat with 1 out and runner on. Wisniewski 0 for 2, 2 ground outs.
Baseman number 20, Kyle Wisniewski.
One was actually a fielder's choice to end the inning. The other was a 6-3. Dorsey's first pitch up high, ball 1. Wisniewski a 262 hitter. Broward 281 as a team. 1-0 pitch in there for a strike, 1-1. One out. Runner at first is Garcia. He reached on an error by Lane over at third. Fouled off. Hits the concrete pole over there and bounces back towards the umpire. They're going to keep it in play. Two. Dorsey just threw over to check on the runner. Garcia did take off once, and he takes off again right here, fouled off. I think both times he thinks he could have stolen the base. Bottom of the 6th, Broward batting down by 1. Broward looking to try to get back in this game. They're trailing by just a run, but been out hit 10-6. Northwest Florida's given them a couple of errors. Garcia on first because of an error. Pitch outside. Two pitch, fouled back. So staying alive is Wisniewski. Umpire's calling for some more baseballs. A lot of foul balls hit by Wisniewski in this at-bat. On deck is Ariano. He's 0 for 2. Throw over, and Feltner's making sure he's got a hand on that. 2 hands on it. Don't want to let that one get away and let the runner get to third with one out. That is the tying run at first base. Over again. He's taken off twice. Both times the batter has fouled the ball off. Both times he got a pretty good jump, too. Swing and a miss. Strikeout. Dorsey gets him swinging, took a little bit off of it.
And Wisniewski's now 0 for 3 on the day.
Ariano will have to step in and try to keep this rally going for the Broward College Seahawks.
Orly Ariano.
10 after 6 now here in Lakeland. Ball down. Handsome Monica stops it. Very important for the catcher with a runner on and a close game to keep the ball in front. Don't let them pick up a cheap base. Get into scoring position. Swing and a miss. Well, Dorsey's gotten a lot more swings and misses here recently. A lot of movement on his pitches. There's another one. That one's running down and in for the right-handed batters.
Bottom third of the order for the Seahawks having some trouble. 1 for 7 on the day for as of right now.
That one hit to the shortstop. Over in front of it. Throw to second. Now 1 for 8. After that fielder's choice, and that will do it for the Eagles. The Seahawks in the 6th. We'll head to the 7th. Northwest Florida will send Tackett, Monica, and Feltner to the plate. We'll be back with more from the 2016 FCSAA tournament right after this. Tackett batting. He's 3 for 3. Swings late on that one. 6-5 Northwest Florida advantage. Elimination game at the 2016 FCSAA baseball tournament. That went in on the inside corner. Tackett is pretty close to the plate, so that pitch looks inside, but it is on the corner.
Northwest Florida defending national champions.
I'm trying to stay alive here at this year's tournament. Haven't had back-to-back winners since 2007-8, Chipola College. There's a swing and a miss, a strikeout for Katina. That's the first time they've been able to get Tackett out. Now Handsome Monaco will bat. He's 0 for 3. Looking for his first hit.
Brings up the catcher, number 23, Handsome Monaco.
So Panhandle Conference had national champions in both softball and baseball last year, huh?
And not this current season, but last year in basketball as well. Northwest Florida won the basketball national championship last year. And Chipola won the women's national championship in basketball. This year, Gulf Coast's women won the national championship in basketball.
Goodness gracious, Panhandle Conference.
Yeah, they've gone nuts the last couple of years. Chipola back out in Utah for the softball championship along with Florida Southwestern. That starts on Wednesday, runs the 18th through the 21st. So good luck to Chipola and Florida Southwestern out there.
Florida Southwestern in their first year of
Well,
being in existence.
Since rekindling the athletics program that stopped at Edison, that's a fair ball. A rope, frozen rope thrown by Garcia across the diamond for the out. We've seen some stellar plays on defense. That one right there is another one, and his pitcher lets him know how much he appreciates that.
You know, I don't think Monica thought that ball was fair. You know, almost looked like he got a real late jump out of the batter's box.
He doesn't run incredibly hard down the line on ground balls. I think he knows his speed, and, you know, he just doesn't. Some guys bust it down the line no matter what the play is. You also see guys get hurt when they do that, when they're out of control running down the line. So he's more of a controlled runner, we'll say, running down the line. Big swing from Feltner. But that was a nice throw, and he did pick up the speed towards the end when he realized that it was fair, you're right, and he had to try to hustle. Ball gets through the 5-hole, but nobody on base, so no harm done. One pitch. Feltner to short. Throw across is a good one. And a
play by Cabrera.
1-2-3 inning. He made that one look easy. And that will do it in the 7th for Northwest Florida. They still lead 6-5. We're headed to the bottom half of the inning. Due up for Broward is the top of the order. Cabrera, Milan, and Lopez. We'll be back after this with more from the 2016 FCSAA tournament. You're watching live on YouTube.
The shortstop, number 8, Edison Cabrera.
Edison Cabrera, top of the order. Some Broward fans down there getting themselves some screen time. Well, they're trying to get themselves some screen time. They're trying to find the right spot. There they go. Now they're on screen. 2-1. Now to Cabrera. Cabrera today 1 for 3. Scored a run in the first inning to give Broward an early lead. Also stole a base. That one hit to second. Nice and easy throw for the out. Cabrera was running down the line trying to see if something, try to make something happen. But an easy play made by Luft. So now J.C. Milan, the center fielder, will come to bat.
Brings up the center fielder, number
Broward
14,
trailing by a run.
J.C. Milan.
One in tight. One hit hard, foul. Where's the dugout? Nobody injured, I don't believe, in there. That's good. 1-1. Milan, 1 out, nobody on. Milan did hit a home run yesterday, has some power. Milan back in there, 1-1 pitch coming. Just gets a piece, foul. Jake Godfrey pitching for Northwest Florida in relief of Dorsey, who did a great job today. Did give up 5 runs, but shut down the Seahawks in the 4th, 5th, and 6th inning. And he leaves with the lead. Milan goes around, strikeout on a pitch in the dirt. That'll bring up the designated hitter, number 17, Andres Lopez.
Brings up the designated hitter, number 17, Andres Lopez.
Lopez hits one out towards the gap. Catch made by Tackett. He tracked that one all the way down and made a catch up against the fence. Broward came a few feet from tying the game. But we will go to the top of the 8th. Score still 6-5, Northwest Florida. Hopefully this rain holds off for us. We'll be back right after this. Back at Henley Field, this elimination game trying to avoid the rain. Keeping our fingers crossed, but, well, you can't do anything about the weather. So, Bing Tice told me I was in charge of the weather, and I told him that I would do my best, but he may have to let me go from those duties because I don't know if I can fulfill what he is wanting out of that, which would be no rain. That one hit. The batter who
Salvatore
takes his base. Yes, Mike Salvatore, thank you. Hit by pitch. So that'll bring Taylor Lane, the third baseman, up.
Still pitching for Broward is Ray Katina.
Katina's come in and done a pretty good job. She gave up that one run.
First pitch to Lane.
They are ready. Katina's ready. And this time he comes to the plate. Breaking ball strike. Be interested to see, Kyle, that long leg kick, that long delivery, even from the stretch if Northwest Florida tries to take off or put a play on, a hit and run play, or just a straight steal. Not much of a lead, so it could be a hit and run possibly. I think he knows they're going to try to keep him close. He's not straying very far from the bag.
Salvatore sold 10 bases on the year.
Checking him over at first base. Salvatore about the same lead. Breaking pitch, foul.
He was way out in front of that one.
Off his foot. I don't even know why those guys wear the padding. He has the padding on, and it missed, hit him in the heel, I believe. No matter what you do, that hurts. 0-2 now, runner at first, nobody out. Taylor Lane batting. Down
the lights
and in.
have come on here at Henley Field.
Yeah, they are getting ready. We'll be playing under the lights here pretty soon, especially with the way this weather is. The sun hasn't been out in a while, which I'm not complaining too much about. About 95 yesterday. Throw over again. Not trying to pick him off, just trying to make sure he knows that they're paying attention to him. Another throw over. He's putting the tag on him every time, just in case he decides to not go all the way back to the bag. There's another throw over.
There is someone loosening up down in the bullpen for Broward.
So he may be instructed to throw over right now to give him some time to warm up. Pitch up and away, ball 2.
Can't quite see who's down there in the pen.
Yeah, it's tough to see over those dugouts. You have to get lucky if they walk off the mound over to our left. You might be able to see their number. Pitch hit straight into the ground and not able to get a handle on it, and E4.
It's Kyle Wisniewski over there at second base, not able to get a handle on that ball and transition from his glove to his throwing hand. It's going to be runners on first and second now for Northwest Florida.
I think he thought he had more time than he had, and then when he realized that Lane was hustling down the line, he tried to grab it quicker than he could get a feel for the ball and just never was able to get his hands on it. Northwest Florida trying to pad their lead.
Well, that was a big chopper hit right in front of the plate and just took a giant bounce. Took forever to get over to Vesneski.
Seen a lot of those today, actually. A lot of those high choppers that pitchers are throwing good pitches down. Starting to rain a little bit again. Pitch out. Safe. A better throw, and he's out.
That was a great call there by whoever made that call for Broward. They saw him leaning over there at first, and Lane almost not able to get back.
Well, they ran the player in behind him. He was definitely safe, but a better throw, and he's out by probably 5 feet.
Rain starting to come down a little bit harder.
Yep, and there were storm clouds in the area, so we'll have to see how this goes. There's a chance they could pull the tarps out here soon. Wheel play on again. One popped up and dropped. Salva ran into the third baseman. Unbelievably good break for Northwest Florida, a bad break for Broward.
Garcia was calling him off.
Coach not happy with that bunt attempt. He wants to talk to Luft. He is getting after him. I bet you Luft doesn't pop up another bunt.
And the next play is a left pop.
Yeah. I just jinxed Luft. I'm sorry to Luft's family out there that he's now going to probably pop up a bunt because of me. And we'll see what the play is from Coach Doug Martin. If they still have the bunt on.
Count 1-1 to Luft.
You would think so.
He
pops it up foul. This time, at least he popped it up to where they couldn't catch it. He's got to get the barrel of the bat up. The bat's too level, and so it's just hitting it and popping up. Right, Sarah? I mean, Taylor? So used to Sarah being here. Right, Taylor? Got to get that barrel of the bat up. Right, Sarah? Sarah's in front of me now. I could ask both of them about the fundamentals of bunting. Two softball players for Polk State. Wind blowing into the right field from center. Sort of swirling out there, changes every once in a while. Pitch down 2-2. So Luft not able to lay the bunt down, will now swing away. Try to hit something to the right side out in the outfield, move that runner up to third.
Luft, also a pitcher for the Raiders, has appeared in 13 games. Just over a 4.5 ERA.
Strike three on the inside corner. Caught him looking for the first out. So not the best at bat for Luft. Popped up 2 bunts and then struck out looking. So he'll have to forget about that one because they're going to need his defense the rest of the way to hold on to that 1-run lead. He's still had a good day, 2 for 4. A couple singles and a run scored. It's like a pinch hitter for Goforth. It's going to be Michael Higgins, Stillwater, Oklahoma. And we've got a new pitcher. We'll let you know who it is. We'll be back right after this. New pitcher, number 31, Jose Padron for Broward College. He'll come in to face the pinch hitter, number 9, Michael Higgins.
For Broward College, number 31, Jose Padron. And the batter for Northwest Florida State is number 9, Michael Higgins.
Higgins pinch hitting for Goforth. Higgins to short. Could be 2. 1, 2, double play. So Padron comes in and gets a double play. Nice work by Padron. 6-4-3 to end the inning. We're going to the bottom half of the 8th. Broward trails by 1. We'll be back right after this.
College is number 24, right fielder, Rayton Ogando.
Ogando will lead off for Broward College. They trail by 1, bottom of the 8th. They've got 6 outs left to try to get one across. Ogando goes around. First pitch, breaking ball. Ogando 1 for 3. Knocked in a run. Low and away, ball 1. Ogando, the cleanup hitter, right fielder. Broward trying to stay alive at the 2016 FCSAA tournament. The winner will advance on. Loser will go home. Big swing and a miss from Ogando.
Ogando, a sophomore from the Dominican Republic.
Swing and a miss. Ogando goes down. And he was fooled that at bat, that's for sure, by Jake Godfrey.
First baseman, number 11, DeHendrick Crows.
DeHendrick Crows now batting. Outside, ball 1 to Crows. Crows fouls that back, and Ogando just got fooled by a nasty slider. Saw the replay of it, and that was unhittable.
That rain's starting to come down a little more steadily.
Now the umpires are going to have to make a call. Wind is blowing out now. In tight. 3-1. That'll be ball 4. So DeHendrick Crows draws a walk. And the tying run now at first base with Garcia. Gabriel Garcia, the third baseman, batting. Garcia tripled in the third. Eastern Florida and the College of Central Florida hoping to play next, depending on this weather. It keeps sort of raining and sort of not raining.
Looks like there's one big cell that we've got to worry about.
Oh, pinch runner for Broward. Number 5, J.C. Garcia.
Now running at first base, number 5, J.C. Garcia.
Garcia with 6 stolen bases. He hasn't been caught. Just 60 at-bats in the season.
So J.C. Garcia over at first. 5'10" freshman out of Miami.
And he got him. He picked him off first base. So the pinch runner comes in and gets picked off. Wow. This is going to be a long jog back to the dugout. Well, in his defense, the clay is getting slick out there, so you go to make that move to plant that right foot and get back into the bag. You slip a little bit, and it's over.
Garcia throws his helmet down as he walks into the dugout.
I don't blame him. I'd be frustrated, too. He slipped a little bit trying to get back and was definitely picked off. He was out.
Coach now walking back from going to chat with him. Freshman mistake.
It happens. It's just not good when it happens in this situation. When you're down by a run, you were put in specifically because of your speed to score. And it's a tough situation. That one grounded foul on the right side.
What hurts even more is if Gabriel Garcia here at the plate is able to line one down the left field or right field lines.
That will make it sting a lot more, that's for sure. Outside, 1-2.
Nice frame job there by Monica.
He tried. That was a pretty good pitch, and he hit the glove, too. Sometimes you'll get that one. That one hit out to center field. Center fielder going back over his head. And now that pickoff, how large does that loom at first base? Kyle, you called it.
It wasn't a line drive down a line, but a line drive to center field possibly could have scored a run there.
And you know that you were dead on about that because the Broward dugout didn't even celebrate because they know that the game should be tied right now. Of course, they're happy for the double, but it's more of a frustration thing of,
what could have been.
It should be 6-6.
Brings up the catcher, number 4, Jordani.
But you can't dwell on what coulda, shoulda, woulda. And now Jordani Salva needs to come up with a big hit for the Seahawks. String together a couple 2-out hits.
Well, he had an RBI single in the third. See if he can't do that again, replicate that again here in the 8th.
Salva swings it one down, fouls it back. And he hit that one well to the deepest part of the ballpark. Any place else, that's a home run. Any place else in the park, that's a home run.
Thing landed about 390.
Yeah.
Maybe 395.
Yeah, that would have gotten out even that 385 gap out there in right center. And the wind is sort of blowing in, so it might have been knocked down. I don't know what it was doing, sort of blowing to the right. Yeah, so it probably knocked it down a little bit.
And that'll tell you something about the storms that we've got circling around here.
Yep.
in the last 20 minutes, that wind has gone from blowing in to out to now toward right.
Also tell you about the strength of Garcia to crush that thing to center field.
Just before he hit that, you looked over at Tyler, and Tyler said the wind was blowing out.
Yeah,
so, thought that might carry.
It nearly did. Garcia now with a double and a triple. Rain's still coming down, not hard, but
just enough to aggravate the pitchers.
Yep.
Or anybody trying to get a grip on that ball.
Everybody on the field probably right now. Like I said, the clay's getting a little softer and slicker. The outfield be tougher to play out there as well. Harder to throw that curveball, that's for sure. Try to dry it off as much as you can. Keep it in your glove to the last possible minute. Swing and a miss. Ball down in the dirt. Struck him out, and Broward not able to get the run home from second base.
That pickoff hurts.
That pickoff looms very large. And we are headed to the ninth. We'll be back right after this. Well, we're at crunch time in this game in the ninth inning. Northwest Florida trying to add to their lead. One run is not safe, as we've seen in this tournament. They'd love to get an insurance run, but the first pitch, Pinckney grounds out to first base for the first out. That'll go back to the top of the order, and Mac Hathcock with Tackett on deck. They've both had nice days today. They've combined for 5 hits. 3 runs scored, and a couple RBI. One out. Pitch in there for a strike, now 1-1. Swing and a miss, now 1-2, 1 out. And Padron trying to make it 2. Northwest Florida out hitting Broward 10-6 and outscoring them 6-5. That's the one stat that matters. Tipped. Not able to hang on. Salva.
I think Hathcock caught Salva on the glove with the bat on the through swing there.
Big catcher's interference if that's the case.
Well, after he's
on his follow-through.
On his follow-through.
I got you.
Because it was a big cut.
They went around. Strike 3. Hathcock strikes out swinging. And now Tackett comes to the plate.
Hathcock's back-to-back strikeouts after his home run in the 5th.
Yeah, they figured out to not give him anything to hit up in the zone because he will hit it out of the ballpark. They've kept the ball down to him and got him looking in the 6th and then swinging here in the 9th on a ball down in the dirt. Tackett takes low. Wind still blowing left to right. That ball down as well. Breaking ball, strike. Pitch out of the zone now, 3-1.
Tackett, not someone you want to let on base if you're a Seahawk. 21 stolen bases on the year.
Well,
and he'll have an opportunity to get another one.
You can bet he's probably going to be trying to run, although Monica's batting, so you don't want to take the bat out of his hands in the 9th.
Brings up number 23, the catcher, Handsome Monica.
What a name.
It's a great name. It's a fantastic baseball name. You know, you really set the bar high for your son when you name him Handsome. I mean, you have to really have faith
in your genetics.
Yes. And I respect the heck out of that, by the way. It's just basically saying, you know what? Calling my kid Handsome. That's it. Love it. So Handsome Monica stands in there, trying to do some damage. He is due. Hasn't had a hit since his first at-bat of the tournament. He's 0 for 4 today. Strikeout, ground out, strikeout, ground out. Both ground outs to third.
Salva and Garcia make their way out to go chat with Padron.
Umpire will break it up quickly. Trying to get the rest of this game in before they have to possibly pull a tarp.
Garcia helping him clean the clay out of his spikes.
What a good teammate. And they're going to bring out a little metal device that actually is made for that, for scraping the clay out. Oh, when you can't grip, when your spikes are just, when you're completely covered in clay, it's like having normal shoes on. And you're not able to get a grip, so He's going to get all the clay out of there so he can really get a good grip. He'll throw it on the mound behind him. Because odds are he's probably going to have to use it again unless he can get the out quickly. There are 2 down. Tackett at first. That one hit out of the gap. Handsome Monica smokes one out there. Tackett flying around the bases. He'll score easily. And an RBI double for Monica. And we said he was due. And he drives in the run that now gives the Raiders a 2-run lead.
Well, we said Tackett could fly.
And he made quick work of getting around those bases. Two-out walk comes back to haunt you almost every time. A walk and then the double, and that's why Tackett wasn't running, because of that reason right there. You don't want to take the bat potentially out of Monica's hands, and there, that ball just came off differently. That was
a rifle
some
shot.
serious speed on that ball coming off the bat. And they are going to pull the teams off the field with 2 outs in the top of the 9th. Going to roll out the tarp, and we are in a rain delay. So we'll keep the broadcast going, but we are in a rain delay. Well, we'll let you know. It's probably going to be at least a half hour. We'll be back. Well, everybody, we're back. And I hope you didn't go anywhere. I bet you were all just sitting there in front of your computer screens waiting. Sean Feltner batting with 2 outs. 1 run home this inning on a handsome Monica RBI double. Monica out there dancing around at second like there was no delay. We appreciate you sticking with us through this rain delay. And first and foremost, a shout out to the grounds crew, and that includes a lot of the players. It includes Sarah, it includes Taylor, and the other softball players who are out there pulling the tarp. Bing Tyus was out there, Rick Hitt was out there. I'm sure I'm missing a bunch of names. Some of the Broward players were out there pulling the tarp, but the grounds crew did an amazing job. Our equipment survived for now. It is like 90% chance of rain the next 4 days, so I don't know if we're going to have a center field camera the rest of the time. Just for safety equipment concerns, I should say. We hope that doesn't upset people, but we have to do what is best for the cameras and stuff. We have expensive equipment that cannot just be out in the rain. And Henley Field and even Joker Marchant, there's not a lot of filming area, not dedicated filming area. When you watch some minor league games and some spring training games, a lot of times they just film from behind home plate. Intentionally walked to Feltner. You see my score sheets here are a little bit damp. We did get some rain. Kyle used his body there. We were stuck in the hospitality room while it was torrentially downpouring and lightning. We got completely soaked. I was without shoes for a while. Not that anyone probably cares, but don't they say to talk through your issues? Isn't that one of the things they recommend to people? So we were stuck over there, and Kyle calls and says, what are you guys doing? The stuff is getting soaked. So we ran through the flooded bullpen and the flooded area with towels and covered everything. Everything seems to but we made it. We made it back here, but again, we will not have the center field main pitch camera. We'll have this good. It's a good view from back here besides the chain link fence. 0-2, 2 outs. Runner goes. Popped out to right, a long run, and the out. And now Broward will come to bat, and they'll have to get 2 if they want to keep this game going. Handsome Monica added an insurance run to the board with an RBI double. And we'll be back with the bottom half of the 9th. Broward trails by 2, 7-5. Great music selection today. Jukebox Hero, Foreigner. When it's been this long of a day, when you've been here for about 14 hours, you start to really appreciate the little things like some Foreigner, Journey, Doobie Brothers, Brad Paisley, Zach Brown Band. You know what they're missing from this playlist, Tyler, is Garth Brooks. How do you not have any Garth Brooks? And for 2 days, I'm going to make that request. We're here. We're the first ones here and last ones to leave. I think we could get some Garth Brooks, and I will make that request. First pitch in there for our strike. Pitching for Northwest Florida is still Jake Godfrey, so he threw that entire 2-hour delay. About 2 hours or more than 2 hours. Going on 5 hours for the live stream right now. That one's chopped to short. Shortstop goes back on it. Throws across for the out. One down for Broward, down to 2 outs. There's Vesnecki.
Now batting for Broward College, number 27, Christian Nolly.
Christian Nolly. Christian Cawley, pinch hitting. Cawley, that one's down in the dirt. 1-2. Jake Godfrey has no saves, but he'll get one if he can finish this game. That one down in the dirt. We appreciate you sticking through that 2-hour plus rain delay. The field, if you were watching, it was completely almost flooded. I mean, there was parts of the outfield you couldn't see the grass. Grounds crew did a tremendous job. Also good drainage here at Henley Field. That one slapped out to left. Coming on to make the play is Tackett. So 2 down, and Broward College is down to their last out. Potentially their last out of the tournament. Leadoff hitter Cabrera.
The shortstop, number 8, Edison Cabrera.
Breaking pitch in there for a strike, 0-2 quickly for Northwest Florida. 1 strike away from putting this one away. Northwest Florida, should they hang on, will move on. Strike 3 outside corner. Ball game over. And season over for Broward College. So Broward, the first team eliminated. Northwest Florida now moves on to play St. John's River. They already met once. St. John's River won 11-1 in the first round. Northwest Florida will try to get a measure of revenge against the Vikings. That's tomorrow at 10 a.m. So Northwest Florida got to be back at it tomorrow at 10. So they have less than 12 hours to go get some sleep and get back out here. Broward College, congratulations on a good season. I know that means nothing to them right now. They did not want to come and go 2-out, but they played a good season. They had a good season. They finished with a 33-21 record, winners of the Southern Conference for the second year in a row. And again, a good season. To Broward College, the Seahawks, and Coach Ben Bizier. That'll do it for this game. We came back for a few minutes, and now we're going to take about a half-hour break. They'll manicure the field. It won't take much. They're not going to have to wet it, I can guarantee you that. Wouldn't think, at least. And Central Florida and Eastern Florida are going to play in an elimination game. So Broward College is done, the first team out. And we will have one more team eliminated before the night is over. When that is, I don't know. But we will step away for now. I'm Scott Jameson for Tyler Allen, Sarah, Shira, everybody else here. Again, special thanks to the grounds crew, Wally Minto, and all the Flying Tiger staff that got the field ready for this game so it was safe to play. We'll see you in about a half hour, Central Florida, Eastern Florida.